JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free MatoZone HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, the campus of James Madison University welcomed to NCAA Women's Soccer live from University Park. The JMU Dukes are streaking with 4 consecutive wins, the last by 2-0 shutouts. And tonight, under the lights, they host the 3-4-1 George Mason Patriots. This evening's match is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very pleasant good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Dudley, joined along with John Simpson, and we'll be introducing Amanda Stamper to you as well, as she'll be joining us. JMU has been playing women's soccer for 24 seasons now, and during that time, their closest CAA rival were the Patriots of George Mason out of Fairfax, Virginia, less than 2 hours away, and they met at least once every year since 1991. Well, the Patriots, they have departed the CAA for the Atlantic 10, but that has not meant that this rivalry does not continue. Tonight, the programs will battle for the 27th time, with the Dukes leading the series 15-7, and there have been 4 ties. Common characteristics of these two teams here, John Simpson. One, well, they score from all angles.
They certainly do, Kurt. You have George Mason, who has combined, well, between 8 players to score their 9 goals this season. For JMU, 11 players have combined to score JMU's 20 goals this season. For George Mason, junior forward Liz Howell has 2 goals. That's the most on the team. There's 7 other players that have a goal each for the Patriots. And for JMU, the balanced attack, you want to get the ball rolling early. You want to spread out across the field, make sure you're moving the ball around well. And JMU looking to get win number 5 in a row, as you talked about just a few moments ago here tonight, Kurt. If they can get out there early and get going, things could go well for the Dukes.
The Dukes will come in with a record of 7-3. Their last loss was to the Hokies of Virginia Tech. Now, JMU is ranked 2nd in the region, and the only team that's ahead of them is the LaSalle Explorers, another team which the Dukes lost to here at home 2-1 back on August the 25th. When we come back, Amanda Stamper does talk to the Dukes head coach, Dave Lombardo. He's been at the helm all of the 24 years of the program's existence, and we'll hear that interview right after this timeout as you're watching JMU Women's Soccer in HD live on MatoZone, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Intellos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Intellos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
Welcome back. The JMU Dukes and the George Mason Patriots doing battle here this evening. Dave Lombardo in his 24th season at the helm of the Dukes of James Madison. Let's take you down to the field now. Amanda Stamper and this conversation with the Dukes head coach. Amanda?
Thanks, Kurt. The Dukes have won 4 games in a row. Coach, do you see that as motivation for tonight, or is that going to add pressure to tonight's game?
No, I think right now they're excited about being in a situation that we haven't been in the last couple of years. We've struggled. Last year was probably one of the toughest years that we've had, and I think they're just happy to be playing well and getting results. So we're excited about tonight.
Over the past few years, JMU and George Mason have been neck and neck. What are you focusing on tonight to get that win?
Just to do what we do, play hard. We've been playing some very good and creative attacking soccer over the last couple of weeks, and we're interested at this point, or our motivation is really to come out and take the game to them and not sit back and wait and see what happens.
You've just matched last year's win total of 7 games, and you still have 9 regular season games to go. What's been the difference this year?
We've won more. I think right now is we're getting firepower from all over the park. I think we have 20 goals, and at last count I think we may have had 9 different goal scorers. So we're getting goals from forwards, which is usual, but last year if we didn't get goals from forwards, we weren't getting goals. We have goals from midfielders. Our defensive center midfielder right now, Megan Cox, is one of our leading scorers with 3 goals, and I think she has 2 assists. We've got a couple of goals from Becky Sparks as a central defender. Sam Lofton scored a great goal the other night as an outside left back. So we're really varying the attack and getting productivity all over the field. The other thing right now is we've been leaking goals at the beginning part of the season, and we changed a couple things in our defense, and hopefully we'll get our 4th shutout in a row.
Awesome, and you've talked a lot this season about sharing the ball instead of relying on one key player. How crucial is that mindset coming into the game where you're playing George Mason, who's familiar with JMU soccer?
They can't stop everybody, and that's really been our mantra is, if somebody gets clamped down on defensively, somebody else has to pick up the slack. And so far, I don't know if it's been coincidental or it's actually been part of the game plan, but it's been working, and we're hoping that will continue.
Awesome. Good luck tonight, Coach. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Amanda.
Back to you, Kurt.
Well, the national anthem on a very calm and pleasant night here in late September, our first autumn game for the Dukes here at University Park, as the Dukes and the George Mason Patriots go at one another. Again, thanks to Amanda Stamper and for Coach Dave Lombardo for joining us here in the pregame. We'll get another chance to talk with Coach Lombardo. Amanda will talk with him at halftime of tonight's matchup as well. Let's take a look at our starting lineups. First of all, for the George Mason Patriots, again, 3 wins, 4 losses, and a tie. They have yet to play a game in the Atlantic 10. They're under the direction of Diane Drake in her 3rd season. 82 wins, 82 losses, and 19 ties. She will put in goal a senior, Lindsay Hokanson from Crofton, Maryland. The other starters are Sarah Hardison, a freshman from Hamilton, Virginia, out of Oak Park, California. A freshman, Nicolette Hertigen. Also starting tonight, Emma Starr, a sophomore from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. Emily Harvey, a junior from La Plata, Maryland. Also starting tonight will be Paige Babel, as a junior from Springfield, Virginia. Kelly Pizzangrilli, a junior from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, will get the start, as will Jasmine Cardoso. She's a redshirt senior from right here in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Also starting tonight will be Nicole Clark. She's a senior from Ellicott City, Maryland. Brenna Camp, who is a freshman from Olney, Maryland. Liz Hodges, a junior from Lofton, Maryland. And I mentioned again the goalkeeper, Lindsey Hokinson. For the Dukes of JMU, the head coach, Dave Lombardo, you saw him earlier, 285 wins, 184 losses, and 32 ties in his 24th season. In goal, she's been in goal for all of the shutouts thus far, is double aught. That's Ellen Forrest, a redshirt sophomore from Midlothian, Virginia. Madison Brown will get a start, as will Megan Cox and Sam Lofton, Lauren Wilson, Becky Sparks, Kelly Kerrigan, Haley Miller, Katie Hyland, and Ashley Herndon. And again in the back, Shannon Arano, a junior from Branchburg, New Jersey. And we are underway tonight. The Dukes sporting new gold uniforms. First time that I can recall seeing this particular attire for the JMU Dukes. And they're going to be in that gold. It's a good contrast with the dark green black jerseys for the Patriots of George Mason. And right away, the Dukes get the ball in the box to start things out, but the Patriots do clear it out.
One of the interesting things between these two teams, Kurt, head coach Diane Drake for George Mason talked about how a lot of these individuals, girls out on the field, played with each other on club teams throughout high school. They're all from the Richmond area, Northern Virginia area, and then Jasmine Cordoso, a transfer from New Mexico State, on the field for George Mason tonight.
Yep, so this is not uncommon. In fact, I was talking to Megan Cox's father the other evening. It was last Friday night after we had finished the volleyball match, in fact, and he was actually disappointed that this year Mason was coming here. He wanted Megan to go up there and to play so a lot of her family and friends could watch, but hopefully they're watching here on Matazone HD Sportsnet as well. And this on the left side, you have the on the attack for the George Mason Patriots right now. A lot of possession there in the midfield.
Liz Hodges getting a couple touches here early on for George Mason.
That's Emma Starr, and we get a shot, and it's deflected just wide of the post. Pretty good shot in the upper right, and that's going to create our first corner play of the night, and they will take it just to the left of Ellen Forrest.
3 Patriots on the roster have 8 shots on goal each, so something to keep an eye on here with the first corner kick of the evening.
So the corner coming out high, and that'll be Shannon Arano deflecting it back for JMU. Nicole Clark had a touch, and here's a long shot, and it's blocked. That's strongly off Megan Cox. She was stunned by that a bit. Looked like it hit her square in the back. On the far side for James Madison, Lauren Wilson on the far wing, and it'll be a throw-in now for Sam Lofton. Lofton in to Rano. Shannon bringing it up on her own cause and finds Haley Miller in the middle. Back it comes to Lofton. Lofton coming off a goal this past weekend as the Dukes. Here's a run. Katie Hyland's got a 2-goal effort this season. Doesn't have quite enough speed to get there as it rolls into the possession of Hokinson.
For Hokinson, this is her 8th start in the year as goalkeeper for George Mason.
Hyland battles it out. Wilson trying to slip it forward as she was looking for Ashley Herndon. Ashley with 3 goals and an assist on the season. And this will be booted down the line but out of bounds.
Kurt, as we mentioned the pregame, JMU coming off those 3 straight shutouts, Longwood back on the 22nd, back in the volleyball game that night. Had the 2-0 victory over UNC Greensboro, looking to come out here and improve that record and get that 5th straight win.
Wilson working on the far side, wanted to get it over to Cox, and we're going to have a whistle. And Mason will continue with play, taking it from the midfield. And the restart comes at the top of the 18, and it's going to be headed back out by Becky Sparks. An off-balance shot, still a battle for it, and this will be kicked to the sideline, wisely so by Sam Lofton. So it'll be a throw-in instead of the corner, as Lofton had plenty of space to move herself into position to kick it on the sideline. Playing in the 5th minute, no score. One shot for the Patriots, none for the Dukes thus far. Cox with a touch up to Wilson. Herndon gets a toe on it. Now a sliding tackle attempt by Cox. Comes to the near side. It's Pizzangrilli in the middle.
On the attack, George Mason doing a great job of shielding the ball away from James Madison defenders here early on.
Coming to the left side, Emma Starr out of Kennett Square. She is one of those 8 that have scored a goal thus far for the Patriots this season. When 8 score, there aren't too many on the field who have not, particularly in the starting lineup. Nifty move on the far side. One thing that's kind of difficult with these dark jerseys, not a lot of contrast between the dark green and the dark jerseys, so it may take us a while to learn who's who out there as far as the Patriots are concerned. Long kick by Cox, and she gets Katie Hyland open. She is onside, one-on-one. She gets around the keeper, who is able to come out and snare it away. Nicely done there by the senior Lindsay Hokanson, diving to her right.
She had to hold on with her fingertips right there. If that ball gets past her by even just an inch out of her grasp, it's a goal easy for JMU right there.
Duke's missing a prime opportunity there. Hyland tried to touch it around, needed just a little more flat pass to herself to get around, but the angle takes it right into Hoganson. So throw in on the far side for the Pats, and it comes in there to Pizzangrilli. Nice turn in the midfield for the Patriots to move it forward. Now it's Madison Brown with it for the Dukes. The intended was Brenna Connell. Becky Sparks to Hyland. Hyland got a little too much on it. Tries to turn here on the near side as she is being harassed by Hertigen. Madison Brown comes out of the pack with it. She'll send it wide to Lofton. Lofton with the left foot trying to keep it on the ground to Herndon. Tried to make the turn, and it'll just be booted right back down the field.
Going back to that play on offense for JMU, a shot on goal chance for Katie Hyland. Would have been number 9 on the year. She's tied for the team lead with shots on goal with Megan Cox at 8 apiece on the season.
Over the top it goes. Wilson giving a run, but it'll be sent back into the box. Straight off the kick for Hawkinson. Rano gets it deflected all the way back to Ellen Forrest. Now, Dukes early in the year were giving up some very early goals in games, as Coach Lombardo mentioned, and then there was a streak of where they would score 2 goals in the first half and then yield 2 goals in the second half and came back to win both of those 3-2. So there have been definite patterns to the Dukes season thus far. And, of course, the pattern right now is 4 consecutive wins. That's deflected off the Dukes, so out in the open, this is Starr. Starr gets deflected as the Dukes get back there quickly defensively. Katie Hyland tries to challenge for it, and Hertigen takes it away. Pizzangrilli. Long shot try, and Cox blocks it again with her back. And the Dukes will come out with it. Here's Hyland again. Hyland, she's got Herndon to the right, and that's where she goes with it. Here's Herndon. Ashley still has it in front. Tries to get it around the corner, sends it through, and it's going to be cleared out by a defender. The Dukes had 2 there awaiting.
Talk about a balanced attack right there. You had 3 on offense against 3 on defense right there for JMU and George Mason alike. George Mason, both teams playing great defense here early on tonight, Kurt.
Liz Hodge out of Lorton, Virginia, had it for a split second. Now with it, it's Connell. Sending it back. Connell here right on the midfield stripe with those bright pink shoes that she has. Pretty easy to spot her from long distance. Off the head it goes from Hodges. Settled there by Rano. Rano looks up the field. Duke's keeping it on the ground for the most part with their passing. Haley Miller comes wide. Madison Brown. Brown to Becky Sparks. Sparks with a season or team best 4 assists. She also has a couple of goals. Just beyond the reach of Herndon, and the Dukes lose possession of it. Starr with it now. Starr gets it rolling, goes to the far side. And Sam Lofton takes it away. Very physical play there on Emily Harvey. Up the line, this is Wilson, but a defender there to tap it back.
Time of possession early on here in this matchup. Pretty even for both teams. Both teams have been more so playing a defensive ball, passing the ball around, trying to work something together in offense. JMU's had a couple of good drop-in passes, as has George Mason, but this might figure to be a game of possession here, at least as we see it here early on.
Sam Lofton will chuck it in from the far side. Gets a lot of air underneath it. And she'll come up to meet it. Good header towards Kelly Kerrigan. Off the foot of Herndon. Cox, ball well played there, and now Sparks comes to the far side with Katie Hyland. Hyland lopes it underneath, and she's looking for Herndon, and it's going to end up out of bounds. No score, just one shot that was early by the Patriots, and the one save by Forrest. Kelly Kerrigan working, double team now. She will continue to battle with it, comes out with it, and then chips it forward to Hyland. Hyland continues to roll it. 3 Patriots there to defend. Up the sideline it goes. It'll trickle out of bounds. Madison Brown will have a chance to throw it in for the Dukes. Maddie, a sophomore. She's from up in Herndon way. So right there near Fairfax, of course. And what a strong try that time as Cordosa lost her footing. Battle in the midfield. Haley Miller may have gotten away with a foul that time. Here's a ball sent all the way across. No Patriots there. And Forrest will pick it up.
Haven't heard Lauren Wilson's name mentioned too much here early on. She's on the far side right now, number 6 for the Dukes. Comes into tonight 10th on the all-time goals list for JMU.
Yeah, picked up that goal. I think that's her 26th overall on the far side. Dukes have to defend here and now cleared out by Sparks as Harvey was in pursuit. She picked that goal up against UNCG last Friday night to move into the top 10.
And you're right, Kurt, that was goal number 26 for her in her career.
And a corner play coming about for the George Mason Patriots. Wilson will defend, and here comes the ball through the air, headed out by Sparks. A kick directly and caught by Forrest in the air. On the post was Madison Brown. She had a beat on it as well, but Forrest using her height to go up and to secure the ball for the Dukes.
Forrest channeling her inner Brianna Scurry there.
Miller with the header. Hyland been very active here on this side, although she lost her footing there. Now the Patriots will control, but Madison Brown says not too much. She kicks out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in right down below our broadcast location. Ertigen will toss it in. The freshman all the way down the line. Good throw it is. Megan Cox there to defend for JMU against Cordosa. Cordosa, a local product from Broadway High School, which is just a little north of here, the northernmost high school in Rockingham County. Harrisonburg about in the center of the county. Maybe a little south of center, but Broadway High School. So she was a gobbler, so she was accustomed to wearing green, but she did not start her career collegiately.
Speaking of Broadway, Turner Ashby and Broadway have a big football matchup coming up tomorrow night. That game, Turner Ashby will be on the road playing Broadway.
I was saying about Cordosa, she started her collegiate career at New Mexico State. So she was with the Aggies before coming back to Virginia and finding a home in Fairfax. So I imagine she has. I remember her playing here last year, and she had a good contingent of fans and family members here. Probably again here this evening. Lauren Wilson has come over to the near side now. She tried to slip it inside to Haley Miller. And Katie Hyland. Hyland playing a very spirited game thus far this evening. She has been there quite a bit. Here's Megan Cox moving up from the back. Sam Lofton couldn't quite settle it. Now Kerrigan will try to do so. Kerrigan to The far side it goes, and we come back now, dropping down below the midfield line. Shannon Rano. Dukes are pushing up quite a bit here, John, as nearly every Duke is at the midfield stripe. Rano right to the feet of Cox. Cox misfires but gets it back to Shannon. Shannon sends it wide where it's Becky Sparks. Sparks on the move out of Paul VI High School in New Jersey. And she was looking for a Highland, but just a little too far.
Kurt, you talk about JMU trying to get on the attack here. It's been tough sledding here for both teams on offense, trying to get the ball rolling. Both teams, I know I've touched on it already, but we're seeing great defense out there tonight. So we're still scoreless here halfway through the first period.
And we're going to get a foul. And that's a foul called against George Mason, a hold by Sarah Hardison. So the Dukes will get a restart. So we're playing in the 16th minute, no score. And Sam Lofton will come up for the restart. All the defensive backs will stay back behind Lofton. Or will it be Becky Sparks? I'm not sure. They're gathering there. Sparks is going to get in the mix here. Sparks again with 4 assists. Her toughness helps that. Now sprinting to the near side. Now they'll go to the back post. Sparks will try to get a header on it. Cox with a try on a header on it. Still comes out to the Dukes. Wilson. Wilson slides it through, but on the backside of Herndon. That pass is on the front side. She may have a chance. What a move by Ashley Herndon. Herndon inside the 18. Slides it through, a try, and then cleared out as Katie Highland took a shot at it. Madison Brown will come up. Dukes need to overlap just a little bit, and they do. Nice service into the middle. Header try by Cox. Here's Sparks. Sparks with a strong kick, but it's blocked. And we're going to get a handball by the Dukes, but no call as the ball will come out. On the far side, it's Emily Harvey. Harvey battling with Sam Lofton. Now Kelly Kerrigan will come up to give some help. Dukes get back defensively. And Lofton takes the ball away, is looking for Herndon. There for the Patriots, though, one of the defensive backs. And she comes to the near side for Emma Starr. There's a foul over the back of Herndon. That was Paige Babel who had the foul. She also had the nice takeaway on the previous point of possession for the Patriots.
Kurt, still no score, but how about this? The Dukes have played 29 games in a row without a tie.
Yeah, they get results. Now, you know, Coach Lombardo probably would look at that and say, well, you know, some of those times we probably could have got a tie, but we lost. So, but yeah, that's interesting. And there's a header try off the end line, and this is going to be a keeper ball.
And granted, it is still early on in this ball game, but something to keep an eye on as we progress through the night.
These two programs, they have played every year since 1991, which was JMU's first season. That was when Dave Lombardo came to Harrisonburg from New Hampshire, where he had been coaching at Keene State.
Back on September 10th of 1991, JMU picking up the win at George Mason, 1-0 in that ball game. JMU leads the series 15-7 and 24 overall all time. So there have been ties in this series.
Yeah, yeah, 4 of those that just haven't come in the last 29 meetings for JMU. Well, 29 times the Dukes actually been on the field. And one of those, at the very least, was against Mason. So there were a couple times when these two programs would play each other twice in a year, and generally speaking, that was when they met in the CAA tournament. And this is the, interestingly, with Mason leaving the conference, this game, if this were a conference game, would have been played in Fairfax this year.
And that ball almost getting through there. Lauren Wilson would have had a pretty good chance if that ball had passed through for her to get goal number 27.
Actually, what I just said may not necessarily be the truth, because with Old Dominion and Georgia State leaving, there may have been an imbalance in the schedule. So who knows where this game would have ended up. But if it would have stayed on the pattern, then this game would have been played in Fairfax. And I would imagine these two programs could continue to play each other. Here's a nice feed coming out. It's Forrest, but fortunately, Shannon Rano uses her speed to get around the corner against a forward, and there's a flag. Well, that shows you the good speed by Rano, because Forrest, she came up early, saw her indecisiveness and then tried to scamper back. She got caught in no man's land, but with Shannon getting there, Rana was able to take the ball away, and that saved Forrest from any other decisions.
It was a good choice by Shannon Rana to take the inside path, getting to that ball. She got the angle and got the ball out of there, and now JMU with the possession.
Lofton. Sam Lofton out of Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. 1 goal and 2 assists. And she's going to slide it up looking for Miller. Ashley Herndon. And all the way back, Herndon will give a run. Herndon in her running style reminds me of Corky Julian, who now plays for the Canadian national team and played with the Dukes. Her last season here was 2009. And there's an offside. Took a while for the official to call it. The officials in the stands called it much earlier.
Heard the grumbling from the crowd. You're right there, Kurt. Fans filing in later on tonight. It's a great night for soccer here. It is a little overcast, but temperature is really good for this late in September.
Yeah, considering how cool it's been here in the Valley this summer, to still have reasonably comfortable temperatures at this point. I don't know that I really would have expected that. Kelly Kerrigan with an own pass gives it over to Herndon. Herndon was sliding it back through. Wilson in the corner. Wilson serves it up inside the box, but cleared out. There again was Paige Babel. Scissoring the ball. Brenna Connell. All the way to Sparks. Sparks will settle it. She'll be challenged. She wins the battle. Continues on. Sparks turns, and we're going to get a hold and a quick start by Sparks. But they did not catch the Patriots off guard. Sparks looking for Wilson on the right wing. Nothing doing there. Madison Brown steps up again. Well, you can see, oh, that was a tough one there as Sparks on the header connected with one of the Patriot players. Sparks wearing that protective headgear because of previous concussions.
Looked like she came through there on the follow-through and made contact with the George Mason player down.
That's Liz Hodges. She's up now. So Dukes will have a chance to move back defensively, and they'll restart the play. 23-25, stopped on the clock. Now we get it going again. Megan Cox. Cox to Miller. Miller up forward. Herndon. Herndon settles it, gives it to Madison Brown. Brown finds Wilson. Wilson one touch to Herndon, but coming in to clean it up, it's going to be Pizengrilli. She'll stop the procedure, and with that, the Dukes have it once again. Here's Shannon Rano. Rano going over to Cox. 23 minutes flat to go here in this first half. Long run for Herndon. Herndon still giving chase. Gets sliding in. And that'll be kept in bounds, but to the Dukes' favor. Sam Lofton. Lofton playing with a lot of confidence in her game.
She had great body control right there to get past the defender. JMU still with the ball.
This time, though, she reaches and grabs the ankle.
Maybe I spoke a bit too soon, I'm not sure.
Of Emily Harvey. That may have been a retaliation. She may have been stepped on or kicked, and so she reaches out and grabs the ankle and picks up the yellow with 22:33 to play. We'll see it here again as a good body control, as you mentioned. Oh, she got her by the jersey pretty good. So the yellow card for Lofton. Lofton has it now. Sends it into the midfield. Rano. Nice play for the Patriots. That was a nifty move by Cardoza to drop it in front of her and then leave it forward.
Kurt, you had a note earlier in the game with LaSalle, the top team in the region. George Mason in a few weeks from now, actually a little over a month on November 3rd, will be in Philadelphia to take on LaSalle. So that should be an interesting matchup to keep an eye on. George Mason under 500 right now, looking to get back to that mark tonight.
Wilson gets it right in front of the 18. Yeah, they're at LaSalle, a member of the A10. So that will be a conference matchup for the Patriots. Patriots and the Explorers, both with obviously U.S. history references in their mascots.
Found out I might have to take that last history class next semester. I don't want to do it though, Kurt. You're putting those ideas in my head. I'm not too sure about it.
I'm sure it's a wonderful class.
I've heard good things.
Herndon. And she slides it forward, but nothing doing there for the Dukes. Patriots, they have played a couple of members of the CAA. Actually, just the one, being William & Marion, lost, or actually finished in a double overtime tie, 1-1. That was the season opener. They have played Old Dominion, a previous member, and actually beat the Monarchs 3-0. Of course, VCU, 2 years removed, and they're coming off a 5-1 loss to the Rams. The Dukes have played a couple of A10 members, beating Richmond here 4-1, losing to LaSalle 2-1. And that was it from the Atlantic 10.
The Dukes have been facing VCU a few times in field hockey, Kurt. Just a little over a week ago had that matchup against the Rams.
Yeah, that was actually last Wednesday night. That was one of our most recent Matazone productions, as the Dukes in that game got 4-0 shutout, 3 goals from Taylor West, her second hat trick of the season. Dukes are on the road tonight. They're in Charlottesville, taking on the 4th-ranked Virginia Cavaliers. JMU 5-3, Virginia at 8-1.
Cavaliers women's soccer team doing very well for themselves as well. Achieved the #1 ranking a few weeks ago in the country.
Hey, while you're talking about #1, how about kudos to the Tribe of William & Mary on the men's side? Twice this season they faced the #1 team. Ball slid through very nicely, and the goal is scored. As Hodges, who took the collision earlier with Becky Sparks, slides it through, and the Patriots capitalize. As we'll see it here, just sliding it through as Cox tried to make up some ground there, but could not catch up. And that goal was scored by the hometown girl, Jasmine Cordoza, her second goal of the season, and it comes with just over 19 minutes to play in the first half.
Now tied with Liz Hodges for the team lead, but as we mentioned earlier, Kurt, you do have both of these teams where the goals have been spread out amongst a few players on the roster. JMU with 8 players on the board scoring their 9 goals. Now trail here, but now George Mason with 2 players on top with those 2 goals, Liz Hodges and Jasmine Cordoza. So if you're George Mason, this is the kind of start they wanted. They wanted to get ahead or get that first goal on the board, and here they go again.
This time Rano trying to make up some ground, and she does so. And Becky Sparks comes out to help out as well. Well, the Dukes' shutout will not be intact, as their streak of 3 consecutive shutouts has ended. And Dukes will try to get right back into this thing. Nice serve across, as coming in, Dukes have gone to the bench as Braun McLeod has come in.
Lindsey Hokinson putting an end to any hopes JMU had right there on a goal opportunity.
That's Sydney Braun McLeod, who is a freshman from Ottawa, Ontario. Which reminds me that another freshman celebrated a birthday yesterday, Sierra Conley, out of Sewell, New Jersey. I told her yesterday we'd give her a birthday shout out today. In fact, a couple of the field hockey Dukes also celebrating today, including Bethany Ashworth. And Jessica Curran is the other celebrating today.
Here we talked about how JMU coming into tonight's ballgame had the 20 goals on the year. George Mason, that was their 10th goal scored on the year, so they're still 10 behind the Dukes total, but they have the lead, so they have that going for them. Here still with about 16 minutes left in the first period.
Yeah, Dukes have yet to even get a shot. The Patriots, a mere 3.
Patriots also with those 2 corner kicks as well.
And again, with the way the Dukes have played this year in their streaking fashion, and they have come from behind a number of times, it's not a case of any panic setting in early. And I would suspect this team, with what it's learned about itself already, will just continue to play its own game. Hokanson, and we get a whistle. And the foul, or actually just clearing things up here. Also in for JMU, Allie Bunner, a freshman from Bristow with 3 assists. She'll be wearing number 2. She and Megan Cox played a little club ball together. That throw in made by Hertigen. And 6 versus 6 over here. Number 6 against number 6, then the foot race. Sliding through, and Lofton able to take it away, but it reflects off in the possession of Harvey. Patriots have good numbers. Harvey's offside, however.
Harvey rises the ball with touch. Just had about a half a body length ahead of the 2 JMU defenders. Madison Brown in on that one as well. So break there for the Dukes. They're on the charge here.
Here's the speedy Braun McLeod. Works on that left flank. Has the speed to easily get around the corner. Back into the mid, and Becky Sparks there to take it, finding a void in the field. Herndon back to Rano. Rano has a chance to look over things a bit, goes over the top. Comes back to Bunner. Rano comes to the near side. This is Wilson. Lauren in with her 26th career goal on Friday night. Sliding through, getting herself set up, works her way through, still in there, and just does get it chipped away. But it comes out to Ashley Herndon. Herndon to Bunner. Bunner retreats it.
Tremendous footwork there by Lauren Wilson, just cutting and slashing through the George Mason defense.
That'll be off the end line, and this will be a keeper ball. Yeah, Wilson with the 26 goals. Next on the mark, actually, she is tied for 10th with Tasha Ellis, who finished her career in 1997 with 26 career goals. Next on the chart is Carrie O'Connell, finished with the Dukes in 1993. And that was, she finished with 28. Did I say 91 was the first year? 90 was the first year of JMU soccer. So they did not play the Patriots the first year. The second year they started this series.
Yep, like you said, 91 in September. That was the first game between these 2 great schools out on the field tonight.
And served into the box, but an easy possession for Hokanson. That was just a mere cross. The Duke still in pursuit not only of their first goal, but their first shot.
In the last 5 games against George Mason, JMU 3-1-1. So they've had the advantage in the past 5 games. And both teams, a big hit there.
Allie Bunner getting the brunt of that one.
Much to the dismay of the fans in attendance, but that's for the referee to make the call on that play.
Mason with a couple of substitutes up in front of the bench area. And the restart coming off Hardison's foot. Megan Cox goes over the top to get the head on it. Madison Brown squirts it out and finds Bunner. Bunner, Herndon. Herndon to Lofton. Lofton up the line. Braun McLeod. Sidney's trying to get turned on it. Nice sliding tackle, but Sidney regains possession. Herndon. Dukes with another sub that's moved in there. That's Alyssa Halleck from Texas as she has come in as a forward in the mid.
JMU had numbers there. They had 3-on-1. Unable to capitalize on that play.
Braun McLeod again. Braun McLeod faster, but the back cutting her off at the angle. That's how you try to neutralize the speed, by taking good angles. And under 11 to go here in this first. 1-0 George Mason.
And we've seen that from JMU's defense as well. Madison Brown had the angle earlier on where she broke up a play when George Mason was on the attack before that first goal was scored.
So Dukes will have their first corner play, however, as Sam Lofton will start it off for JMU. Lofton with the left foot, gets some air. It's going to hang there for a moment off the head of Cox. Comes back out. Cox was trying to kick it, and a collision of shins, I believe. Cox is down. Brown puts it back into the box again. And as it comes out free of everyone, Megan down in a heap. This may just be one of those situations where shin bone on shin bone, and it just hurts an awful lot. She'll get up and walk it off.
Might have a big bruise after the game, but for right now, she's able to walk this one off. Looks like we're going to have a substitution here.
Yeah, Isabel Chang will come in. Cox will leave the ball game. Isabel from Clifton, Virginia, a redshirt sophomore. Also, the Patriots will sub up as Sydney Mitchell, a sophomore from Media, Pennsylvania, with the goal this year. She comes in. She'll wear number 3. She's in the mid. And after the injury, they will have the courtesy kick back to the keeper. Sparks and Rano working with one another. Up the line, looking for a run for Sydney Braun McLeod. Sydney also with her height, seeing how she's able to get around, keep that ball alive there. Come racing in, here's Bunner. Bunner can't quite get there, it comes to the near side. Her first touch for Sydney Mitchell. Mitchell lofts it forward, and Sparks nearly with the mistake, and Ellen Forrest able to come out and get to it just a nick of time.
Heads-up play by the goalkeeper for JMU, Ellen Forrest there. She got the jump start on the George Mason attack.
Yeah, Becky apologizing afterwards. I don't know, A, if she just didn't get enough on the ball to get it back to Forrest the way that she intended, or B, she did not realize how quickly Harvey was pursuing down on it.
Especially in a tight ball game, plays like that could make a big difference at the end of the night.
Isabel Chang. Off the toe it goes of Wilson. Madison Brown. Brown to Bunner.
And how about the play of Madison Brown tonight, Kurt? She's been all over the place.
She's been very steady back there, just as Sam Lofton has been on the other back. Actually, the backs have been pretty good. Just that one little slip up where things got turned around a little bit, and George Mason took full advantage of it with excellent execution. Rachel Ivey has reported in for the Dukes out of South Riding, Virginia. 1 goal for Rachel. She gets her first touch. There she is now with it. Rachel, with nobody picks her up. She just continues on. Cardosa says, hey, come and get her. Sydney Braun McLeod takes the shot, and it's right on the cage. But there with an easy save, Hokanson. Lindsay will have it, the senior from Crofton, Maryland. She'll take a couple of bounces. 8 minutes approaching in this first half.
For JMU, though, you have to feel pretty good. You finally get that shot on goal that you've been looking for throughout the first period here, about just under 8 minutes to go before halftime.
So playing now in the 38th minute. The goal being scored in the 27th minute. Cordoza on the assist from Hodges. Headed forward, Starr. Bunner comes up with it there. Alyssa Halleck sends it wide. Here comes Lofton again. Sam. Wilson was the intended. Bunner steps up to Wilson. Wilson trying to get a turn. Can't quite do it. He's going to try to stick it inside, and Isabel Chang had her back turned to it. Nice move there by the Dukes. Rachel Ivy with a nifty one. She takes a shot, floats it just over and on top of the cage. Not a bad shot for Ivy.
Just a few feet lower than that. Might have had a good chance to put that one away.
So the punt coming forward. Sparks. That'll go out of bounds. It'll be a throw in with 6.5 remaining.
Kurt, if you're the Dukes here, if you get a chance on offense, go for it. But at this point, about 6 minutes, play it out, keep the score close, go into halftime, rejuvenate a little bit, get some fluids in you, and come out ready for a big second half.
Dukes will send in another sub. This one coming in wearing number 21 is Jenny Schroba out of Mannequin Sabo, a freshman. JMU men's golf team had been there in Mannequin the last couple of days. They were back on campus today, but playing in a tournament hosted by VCU. There's a handball, unintentional. And it was touched by Hertigen, and so the Dukes will get a restart here as we have 5:40 to play. Sparks will start it. Goes to the far post. A little too far this time, and it'll go out of bounds as Schroba was way back there, but not quite that far. Again, a very calm night here this evening. Breezes having no effect whatsoever. Hogeson will start it off from the 6. Into the midfield. Sparks gets it up the right line. Too strong off the foot of Becky.
We're talking about weather conditions. A lot better than we had this past weekend. The football team
Ain't
having
that
to
the
play in
truth?
that downpour.
I had a lot of people that I saw between then and now say they just drove by the stadium, whether they were on the interstate or just passing by, and we're kind of comical about the weather. Including Mike Clark, the Bridgewater College head coach. They played earlier in the day.
Bridgewater having some kind of a season.
Yeah,
They've had a couple of blowouts early on the year.
Yeah, they're 3-0. They had a very good fourth quarter to pull away from Ferrum. I actually stopped by their practice yesterday and saw Scott Lim, who is a former center for the Dukes, who now looks like a cross-country runner, as he dropped a lot of weight once he graduated. And he's been coaching over there at Bridgewater for a while. And Mike Clark, who coached with Mike O'Kane at Virginia Tech at one time. Nice ball sent in by Sydney Braun-McLeod. Duke still with the challenge here. Bunner. Nice job of keeping the body in position. Halleck sends it wide. Schroba loses the handle. She was the last to touch. It'll be a throw-in with 3:34 to go. Isabel Chang. Sparks with it. Back to Rano. Chipping it forward. Lofton's up there. She'll settle it. Lofton looking. Will serve it up. Got to run. And Bunner was going in. On the backside, it was Ron McLeod. And coming through, Hokanson to pluck it out of the sky. 3 minutes to go.
Good thought on the cross pass there. But goalkeeper, as we mentioned a couple times, Kurt, tonight for George Mason, Lindsay Hokanson having a great game there, defending her side of the field.
Isabel Chang gets bumped off the ball, kept her footing for a second, then loses the momentum, and with that, the official will go ahead and blow the whistle on the foul. The Dukes have been able to put a little bit more pressure offensively since they've gone to the bench with the fresher legs. Sparks will boom it into the box, comes free, and Bunner can't. She just needs another 4 or 5 inches to easily loft that ball over the keeper.
Maybe at halftime she should put on shoe sizes, maybe 2 sizes a little bigger. She might have had a chance to put it away if she had that, but not necessary. She'd have a much harder time getting around if she had that be the case.
Under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here comes Chang. Chang steps right in front of the pass, but then she gives it right back as she didn't realize Cardosa was in retreat. Cardosa with a nifty move. Bunner sells it. Now she'll swing it around. Halleck to the far side. Lofton again. Sam with it. Fakes the service. Now she'll take the shot just over the crossbar. She bought herself some space to get that shot off by faking as if she were going to serve it up. Well, if the Dukes can continue to just fire in there, you never know. You might get a rebound goal as well. But here in the last 5 or 6 minutes, getting a bit more of an offensive surge going. Had some good runs early in the game with speed, but the Mason defense in the center was able to keep things wide. And eventually coming back and getting their goal with 19:03 to go here in this half. We got 35 seconds to go. Here's an angled shot. Ellen Forrest will come up with it. She'll roll it out to Sam Lofton. Dukes have time to get down the field for one more shot if possible, and Bunner is streaking and calling for it. She's got a hand up. All is served out there just a little too far. Nicely done, though, by the Dukes on a final run here in this first half.
Bunner's been on the receiving end of a few lead-in passes here in the later stages of this first period.
And that'll be it. Our first half finds the Patriots of George Mason with the only tally as Cardosa, the product of nearby Broadway High School, comes up with the goal as a pass was slipped through. You'll see it right here. Hodges leaves it to the right side, and they get the angle going to the far corner for the score. It came with 19:03 to go in the 27th minute, or 26th minute, that is. And the Dukes find themselves down 1-0 at halftime. Later on in our half, we'll find out what Coach Lombardo has to say about this first 45 minutes of the matchup. And we'll take a look at some other JMU sports news here this evening as you're watching JMU Women's Soccer this evening in HD live on Matazone, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Major substitutes certainly. Welcome back to University Park. We're on the campus of James Madison University as the Patriots of George Mason with the 1-0 lead here at intermission. Kurt Dudley and John Simpson with you. Give you a chance to join us here this evening as well, as you can send in an email to us. We like to take email and give shout-outs to folks. And you can do so by joining us at Madizone, M-A-D-I-Z-O-N-E, at jmu.edu. That's M-A-D-I-Z-O-N-E at jmu.edu. And we can chat with some folks. Bill Tomoff has sent us a couple Twitters as well. And let's see what Bill says here. Some of the comment: delay and offside call is appropriate if referee feels ball may roll safely to keeper without jeopardizing players. Yep, so we did see that occur on a couple of occasions. And spirit of the game is to let play flow. That is why offside's not called unless player is actively involved in the play. So thank you for he always has something to chime in. We were talking one time about the weight of the headgear like the Becky Sparks wear, and he says, oh, it's all real light, so no problems there. So Bill, thank you for and I knew you were going to be watching today because we saw Olivia just before tonight's match, and she said, I think my dad's going to be watching. I said, well, nothing unusual about that. And again, there's the email that you can send us, or you can tweet at JMU Sports as well. He was actually tweeting directly at me, but we can check those tweets also. So it is a 1-0 lead for the Patriots of George Mason here this evening, as they do continue this series. Again, the Dukes leading the series, 15 wins, 7 losses. There have been 4 ties. And right now, the Patriots, though, with the upper hand in this one.
Yeah, Jasmine Cordoso get that goal in the first half, as I mentioned in that first period. Kurt, she is tied now for the team lead with Liz Hodges, the junior forward, with 2 goals apiece on the season. Aside from that, Brenna Connell, Karina Irizarry, Sydney Mitchell, Emma Starr, Kelly Pizengrilli, and Casey Bornadore all have goals on this team. Both teams with that balanced attack, spreading the ball around, getting good shots on goal, distributing well, getting assists, and then finally having it all come together. James Madison with the 7 wins and 3 losses on the year. George Mason coming in at 3-4-1. So the record doesn't necessarily speak for George Mason. They have had good distribution, as I just mentioned, with the ball. They're ahead here. After one half, they'll have a second half to put the Dukes away and look to get back to 500 with also that 1 tie on the year as well.
Take a look at some other JMU sports news here this evening as you're in the Duke Sports Center here, brought to you by University Outpost. And as I mentioned, the JMU men's golf team was there in Mannequin, Virginia the last couple of days as they were 9th among 12 teams, a very competitive field at the 2013 Golf Galaxy VCU Shootout that was played Monday and Tuesday. It was a 54-hole tournament hosted by VCU. Madison unable to move up in the final 18, posting an 8 over 296, finishing at 26 over 891. Second round leader Virginia Tech, well, ran away with it in the final round as they did the Hokies a 14 under 274, finishing a whopping 23 under 821, and they were 22 shots ahead of runner-up Iowa State, the Cyclones, at 1 under 863. Radford was 3rd, Richmond in 4th, and Old Dominion rounded out the top 5. JMU women's golf team remained out in Colorado today. Haven't got the results going in or coming out of today, but battling some rather tough conditions and challenging field. The Dukes went into today, I should say, 14th after 36 holes. That's at the 2013 Golf Week Conference Challenge hosted by Golf Week. It's a 3-day 50-hole tournament. 54-hole tournament. JMU improved 10 shots in its second round with a 30 over 318 and entered today at 70 over 646 with 14 shots separating 9th from 14th place. Sophomore Shabril Brewer, the defending CA champ, She shot a best round Tuesday for JMU, posting a 4 over 76. She went into today's play tied at 45th at 16 over 160. As I mentioned earlier during the broadcast, redshirt sophomore Taylor West out of Princess Anne, Maryland, earned her second CAA Field Hockey Player of the Week distinction for her play in Madison's 2 victories last week, as she notched her second hat trick of the season and the third of her career in a 4-0 win over VCU. That was a week ago tonight. And then she powered in 2 more goals on Saturday, a 7-0 victory over Appalachian State. And she also, with those 5 goals, helped her to finish with 12 points and helped the Dukes improve to 5-3. Again, the Dukes this evening playing over against the Virginia Cavaliers, the number 4 ranked team in the country. West was not the only JMU Duke honored by the CAA this week, as Stephon Robertson was named the Defensive Player of the Week. Robertson on Saturday night had a dozen tackles all 4 games this season. He has been the leading scorer for the leading tackler for the Dukes. He also came up with a fumble and caused a fumble in the 34-7 win over Charlotte, and the Dukes improved to 3-1. And Robertson, 3 out of the 4 games this season, has reached double figures in stops, and with 3 this year, he now has 20 in his career. Robertson and the Dukes will venture up to Delaware to face the Blue Hens, the Delaware Blue Hens, on Saturday night. That'll be at 7 o'clock. You can hear that game on the JMU and Telos Sports Radio Network, including Matazone Audio. There you see some of the action from Saturday night's victory over the Charlotte 49ers. There's Mr. Robertson, and you come into Mr. Robertson's neighborhood, and you know it, as here he comes once again with a tackle for the JMU Dukes. He's just a couple tackles away from 350 in his JMU career, so congratulations. He is also a Buck Buchanan Award candidate, and right now leads the Colonial Athletic Association in overall tackles. Dukes have the leading tackler. They also have the leading rusher in the league, and Daquan Scott averaging over 140, almost 150 yards per game, in fact, and he's at 148 yards per game. This weekend it's going to be pretty interesting because you've got the number 1 passer in the league in terms of completion percentage in Mr. Hurley, the quarterback for the Delaware Blue Hens. He has completed 72% of his passes thus far this season. There's Daquan Scott, who has rushed for over 100 yards in each of his first 4 games this year and 16 in his career, but this is the first time that he has opened the year or had any point of the season where he has rushed for 100 yards or more in 4 consecutive ball games. Again, that game on Saturday night up in Newark, that game will also be televised regionally on Comcast Sportsnet. So that's the Duke Sports Center here this evening, as we're at halftime at University Park. The JMU Dukes trailing the George Mason Patriots 1-0. The Patriots coming back out onto the field now. The Dukes will be emerging in just a moment, as Coach Lombardo may be giving a little extended talk to the Dukes here at halftime, but we do expect for them to emerge any moment here. Once they do, we will also have Amanda Stamper. She'll be down on the field side to talk with the Dukes head coach, Dave Lombardo, and get his impressions of the first half of play. Coming up later this week on Matazone, well, we have JMU Volleyball. That's on Friday night. The Dukes taking on the Tribe of William & Mary. That'll be the Colonial Athletic Association opener for both teams. And then looking ahead, we'll have men's soccer next Wednesday night against the Greyhounds of Loyola of Maryland. Football on October the 5th against the Great Dane of Albany. And the next women's soccer match, mark your calendar, will be on October the 18th, as the Dukes will host the Seahawks of UNCW. That again is on October the 18th, the Dukes and the Seahawks. That's your next Matazone video feature presentation of JMU women's soccer this season. We'll come back with more in just a few moments as you're watching JMU women's soccer this evening on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. and Telos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
(1-0) George Mason with the lead. JMU Alumni Association chapters are stepping up to the plate this year in a big way by competing against each other in the JMU Alumni Chapter Challenge. Donations to the JMU count toward the participation of your regional alumni chapter, and of course all gifts are in an investment in Madison's future. Make a gift today to JMU at jmu.edu/give and learn more about the Chapter Challenge at jmu.edu/alumni. As you are watching JMU and the Patriots of George Mason. Amanda?
Yeah, we don't have time to get aboard with Coach in tonight. We only have 2 minutes left. Seems like they had a good talk during the half, and they're coming out ready for the Patriots in the second half.
All right, thank you very much, Amanda. Do appreciate that. So that would lead me to believe that Coach Lombardo is not too pleased with the first 45 minutes of play, because he is usually very jovial and very, well, easy to work with from those circumstances, I guess is a good way of putting it. And so right now he must have his tunnel vision on, trying to get these girls focused on this second half.
Probably one of the key things he talked about with them in halftime, Curtis, missed opportunities on offense. That both teams have played great on defense, but JMU has had opportunities. You've seen Lauren Wilson with good ball movement, good cross passes, just leading the Dukes a bit too far. Lindsay Hokinson in the goal, as we've heard her name a few times. She's made a couple of great stops, preventing the Dukes from going onto the attack and finishing off their drives down the field. But Dukes are just down by that 1 goal, so nothing is out of reach here as we're about ready, about 40 seconds from that second half.
So the Dukes, Ellen Forrest taking a few warm-ups here as we get ready for the second half of play. Taking a look at our first half statistics. Mason with 3 shots, Madison also with 3. Dukes with only 1 shot on goal, 2 for the Patriots, each keeper with a save. JMU whistled for 4 fouls. The Patriots with 7, 2 corners for George Mason, 1 for the Dukes, and Mason called off sides on 2 occasions. Shots taken for the George Mason Patriots, Starr with 2, 1 for Cordosa. It did find the net. That's their 3 shots for the Dukes. Lofton with a shot. Braun McLeod and Ivy came in late in the first half to get their shots. And that's all the shooting that we've had thus far today. George Mason huddled up in the midfield, and the Dukes about to take the field.
Gert, an interesting stat as well. JMU, by period, has outscored opponents now 8-3 on the year in the first half. It's a lot tighter in the second half, 12 for JMU, 11 for opponents. So JMU's down here, and if they have a shot at winning this ball game, they're going to have to play more of that defense we've talked about.
Also get a chance here in just a moment to maybe check some of our email through Madazone as well. And we're underway here in the second half of play. And Cox with the challenge here to Wilson. Stepping, though, in is Nicole Clark. Clark sends it up the line. This time we'll get a closer look from our vantage point of Emily Harvey. Harvey picked off there by Shannon Rano. Rano with it. Now comes up the line. It's Wilson. Back to Cox. Sam Lofton. Cox puts it forward. Rano. Don't think that's the direction she meant for that ball to go.
It ends up with Ellen Forrest, so Duke's in a good spot here. Back on offense. One of the things about Lindsay Hokinson, she's been on the field for the one win, or she has one win under her belt for the Patriots. She also has been on the field as a goalkeeper for those 4 losses, so not necessarily a chip on her shoulder tonight, but she would love to get a win here on the road against the Dukes, to say the least, that is.
Cordosa slides it through. Here's a threat building for the Patriots. Cordosa with the 1 goal, comes wide, and a one-on-one. Rano, though, is there to make up the slack as Emily Harvey had looped down below and got past Sam Lofton. Rano has been very good back there defensively for the Dukes here this evening. We've heard from Mike Pryor, who was up here in the booth with me last year quite a bit, and Coach Pryor says JMU needs to hold the ball in the offensive third to get numbers into the attack. So there you go. We'll pass that along to Coach Lombardo. Maybe we'll send Amanda down there to tell him all about that. And the Sparks family watching from home in New Jersey, keeping their fingers crossed for a good second half, saying go Dukes, as they emailed us here again on Matazone. 2.5 minutes into our second half. Ashley Herndon over to Katie Hyland. Hyland collides with the keeper as Hoganson stands her ground. Hyland early in the game, remember how active she was, and missed that opportunity when she had a one-on-one, and Hoganson coming out and making the one-on-one stop real high in the 18.
And that's how you play tough soccer, sacrificing yourself out there, doing whatever it takes to get your team in position for a win. Lindsay Hokinson, she's doing all of that and then some tonight for her team.
This is Kerrigan battling for JMU. Kerrigan sliding it through. Herndon one-on-one, gets it through, leaves it for Wilson, but not quite getting to her. Kerrigan with it for just a split second. Cordosa lunges forward. She comes away with the ball for the Patriots. Coming to the near side, it's Emily Harvey. Harvey slips it past Sam Lofton as she will connect there with Hodges, and the ball is blocked. And a nice move by Shannon Rano. Fake to the inside, coming to the outside, knocked off the lower leg of Harvey, and it'll be a throw-in for the Dukes. 41-11 to go in the second half of play.
Had a few classes with Shannon, Spanish class specifically, and she seems to have a good head on her shoulders and even better feet on the ball here tonight. She's been playing great defense for the Dukes this evening, along with Madison Brown, 2 defenders really standing out tonight for JMU.
Going wide, this is Lofton. Lofton will not gamble with it. Back to Ellen Forrest. Rano right up the box. And it's Herndon. Sends it wide. On the run, Madison Brown. Can't keep it inbounds. Patriots' last outing was a 1-0 lead before VCU scored 5 goals in a row, and what ended up being a 5-1 final. Header controlled by Kerrigan, slipping it up to Wilson, but instead stepping in front, Babel once again. She's been a tower of strength back there for the Patriots.
For George Mason, Kurt, aside from that game, the last 5 games, George Mason 2-3 coming into tonight.
Madison Brown on the far side. Madison. Becky Sparks. Katie Hyland tried to self-pass off the heel. Cox on the chase and coming to the near side. And that'll be out of bounds. Last touch by the Patriots. Dukes will have the throw in. It's Sam Lofton. Sparks calling for it. No, Lofton will go down the line. She gets it over, nearly over the head of the back defender. Stays in play. Lofton, nice touch there. Sam works her way through and gets it to Katie Hyland. Hyland now on the move. Gets it to the outside, gets around the defender, puts it across just beyond the reach of Herndon, that is. Cordosa comes out with it. Jasmine Cordosa. She does have fans here. I just heard somebody holler out to her. Into the center circle. Hodges coming out wide now. And it will settle in at the top of the 18. Rolling it out. Ellen Forrest finds Lofton. Lofton, a lot of room to work with here. She can take her time. Space closing in. She'll try to put it over the top. Patriots do a nice job of keeping it in play along the sideline, and Hodges up the middle. Rano again. She'll kick it straight back to Forrest. Forrest will settle it. Back to Rano. Kerrigan. Miller. A little miscommunication there. Herndon was there. Emily Harvey. Sparks goes over the top and a run for Hyland. Will it stay in bound? Hyland will stay with it. Yes, she does. Keeps it in play. Hyland to the inside. Puts it across the cage and it comes back out on the defensive back there to clear it away. A lot of play here on the near side right in front of the spectators here at University Park. On the run with it, Emily Harvey. Sam Lofton, though, disrupts the progress.
The speed of Katie Hyland really coming into play here for the Dukes on offense. Had a couple opportunities here. I have a feeling, though, if you get a few more shots like that, you get maybe 1 or 2 more attackers for JMU. We'll have a few more shots on goal. And you never know, maybe one of them will fall. The Dukes trailing here 1-0.
Haley Miller with it now for Madison on the right wing. She's going to send it through. She had Willie to the outside. Lauren Wilson, that is. Ashley Herndon. Sparks has it. To Miller, back to Sparks. Nope, they're going to come back to Rano. Shannon probably, I'm sure she likes to have the ball in her possession, but maybe having it a little more than what she really cares for. Here's Wilson with a run on the far side. Wilson inside the 18. Tries to set it up for Herndon, and Herndon, don't know if maybe she thought that Hyland had a better shot and she was still on the back side there.
She let it go through. She might have thought she had someone backing her up behind her, but looked back and realized that was not the case. A little bit upset with herself, but play goes on. George Mason now on offense.
That's communication is the key in those circumstances to ensure you know where your players, your teammates are. It's off the end line, and that'll be a keeper ball. Last touched by Harvey.
Carter, I've never gotten the chance to be up this high at University Fields or University Park, but I didn't know it was this wide of an area. What a facility, we as students, or myself specifically, have to use these facilities, and then for the athletes as well to play on state-of-the-art turf such as the one we have in front of us right here.
Yeah, it's certainly you see a lot of recreation going on to our left. There's intramural soccer going on. Every once in a while we'll hear a whistle or a horn blow from over there. And the Patriots, though, trying to whistle one in. The Dukes cut off. Madison Brown again, good angle.
There's Madison Brown coming in, flying in there on defense. Like you said, Kurt, she takes that edge that she needed to get.
There's a nice ball put up by Herndon for Highland. Highland tries to get to it, and a collision out there between the two of them. The goal is open, and there's a push in the back. As the goal was open, Herndon realized that, and smart play by Harvey to get the foul, because the goal was wide open. Watch it again here. You're going to see the collision. It was just two bodies coming out. They just happened to click heels. Herndon, and then, well, she was just tripped up, so it seemed to be incidental from this standpoint too.
Free kick for JMU.
And it goes to the far post. Headed in the direction, but an easy one-hopper into the midst of Hokanson, that is, excuse me. Dukes have now outshot the visitors, but it's a mere 4-3. Highland just beyond the reach of Herndon. Shannon Rano. Rano to Highland. Highland, nifty pass to herself.
Doesn't seem that collision is affecting her too much with that tremendous footwork right there.
He's been working hard, but so has the defensive backs for the Patriots. Kelly Kerrigan. And that's a hard tumble. And the foul is going to be called against George Mason. He got the wind knocked out of her. Is that Cordosa? No, that's not Cordosa. Didn't catch the license plate on that one, but she was flat on her back. That was actually Pizengrilli. It's now Becky Sparks. Will put the boot into it. She's got Megan Cox on the back side. Wilson's in the area too, running a bit of a pick, and coming free is Miller, and it's headed over the cage. That should be a corner for the Dukes, and it will be.
Here comes the second corner of the night for JMU. George Mason with two as well. Good chance for JMU to get on the board here if they can put that ball in play where it needs to be.
Sam Lofton also starts it from this corner, as she did from the other corner. Herndon is right in front of the keeper. A low trajectory and a header try, and it's headed out by a defender. Sparks was right there to try to blast one. She's going to head it forward. And off the end line, another another corner play. This time it'll go to the left of the keeper.
Looks like Katie Highland still has a bit of the limp running in front of the goal right there. She comes near side now.
Kelly Kerrigan will start it for the Dukes this time. Wilson at the top of the box. Sparks is on the backside. Going to come in Sparks' direction. Actually, Cox is going to get ahead on it, and we have a foul called against JMU. Playing in the 59th minute. Out of bounds, last touch by Madison Brown of JMU. Cox giving battle with Hodges on the far side. Madison Brown comes in to help. Now Cox will take it away after Brown tied her up enough. Looking forward, heel pass for Wilson. Wilson steps in front, sends it down the line, and here's Herndon. Ashley Herndon on the right side, stays with it, still has a chance to keep it in play. We'll send it across. Highland's there, off the post, and out of bounds. Nope, back out in front again.
The goal was scored, Kurt.
Oh, it was scored. Okay. I missed that totally.
Ball crossed over the line just by a few feet. When we see the replay here, off the foot, one of JMU's players.
Must have been a Katie Highland then that scored it.
She is still limping, but she's a tough one out there.
Well, let's take a look at it again on replay. Is Herndon with a strong play to keep the ball moving forward, sends it across, it hits the post, and then, okay, I see where it was right there. So our angle, we could not tell it had actually gone across the line, and now Katie Highland realizes the keeper, the official realized it was actually across the goal. So that'll score for Highland, and the Dukes tied it up with 30-30 to play.
It's her 4th goal of the year. She now has the team lead. Breaks free of a tie with Ashley Herndon and Megan Cox.
So Highland the gold. Herndon was involved in it as well. Not sure if they gave her an assist or not. We'll get that officially for you in just a moment.
Just a lot of bodies all over the place on that play, Curtis. Hard to tell.
So under 30 minutes to go, and the Dukes have tied it up. Now Dukes have also gone to the bench here as Sydney Braun-McLeod has come in for Madison. Highland has moved to the opposite side here in the second half, so probably taking the quicker player right now, the fresher player, and putting her on this left wing where the Dukes feel like they have a better advantage, and move Highland, who still is well engaged in the game, to the opposite wing. George Mason just in possession right now after the JMU goal. Tipped forward, Cardosa. Cardosa all alone out there. She's going to take the shot, and it's knocked down. The rebound comes out. Mason with another opportunity possibly. Here's the shot. It's blocked. And this time Forrest will say keep, keep, keep. She comes out and grabs it.
Ellen Forrest with a tremendous stretch right there to save that ball. Now has it in her possession. Her teammates behind her 100% here as the Dukes have tied this game. Could have been down again there if it wasn't for her great play.
Over the top, they're looking for Harvey. Harvey challenged by Rano. Rano keeps it in. Nope, not quite. It'll be a throw-in for the Patriots. So no assist awarded on that goal after it ricocheted off the post, so it was a follow-up basically for Highland to score the goal. But Herndon, her play on the right wing helped to set the whole play up. Here's Herndon with it now for Madison. Bunner is with her. Allison just came back into the lineup. Madison Brown takes up the space. Brown to Bunner, chips it over towards Wilson, who goes sliding in to keep it in possession. Here comes Katie Highland. Duke's got good numbers here. Herndon lunges forward, and it comes out after the pressure put on by JMU. Hodges with it for the Patriots. Megan Cox taking a tumble, gets back up, puts some pressure on, and now Sparks comes in and knocks it out of bounds.
And if you're head coach Dave Lombardo, you have to be happy with the attack JMU is putting on here in the past about 10 minutes. They've had a lot of plays where they've been able to put pressure on George Mason's defense, drive down the field, finally get that first goal on the board.
Patriots got their goal in the 26th minute. The Dukes pick up theirs in the 60th minute. JMU now has outshot the Patriots 7-4. But as John mentioned earlier, Dukes like to get results. Right now we're 1-1.
Something like that.
Substitutes will come in.
Katie Highland heading to the bench, still with that limp.
Melissa Halleck comes back in for the JMU Dukes. And I believe it was Sydney Mitchell that returned back in for George Mason. Indeed it was. Long throw in from Sparks. That's one of the real weapons the Dukes have, is Sparks' ability to hurl it way down the field. Setting it up, Braun McLeod toes it in. Can she set up for a shot? She's got to position herself, trying to get it outside. She's got 2 to defend. Halleck puts it over towards Cox. Cox can shoot it from there. Cox keeps the body in front. Sets it up for Wilson. There's one of those horns from the far side. Wilson with the shot and the nice save as Hokanson goes diving across. That'll be a corner play for the Dukes.
Good punch save there by Lindsay Hokanson. Here comes corner kick number 4 for JMU. Here's the replay. We'll see how close this ball was.
It was pretty close. Looked like it was going towards that upper 90. Lofton will loft it in off the left foot. Sam starts it. Headed straight out. Wilson settles it down. Wilson to the right side. Braun McLeod's over there. She takes the blast. Almost headed in by Bunner. Nicely done. The play was set. And the 2 freshmen nearly connect for the go-ahead goal.
That would have been Allie Bunner's first goal on the year.
Bunner surprising. She's not very big. We saw her take that big tumble earlier. But she bounces back up. She's like Gumby. I mean, you know, she takes a fall, just bounces right back up again, is good to go.
Some tough players on this roster for JMU, huh, Kurt?
Oh, yes. Nice feed in, and Braun McLeod with the body. Sends it across again. Back is there.
JMU getting into the upper third here on the field, efficiently rather, here in the second half.
Well, Mike Pryor said possession in the upper third and let everybody else get up there. So, Coach Pryor, nice tactic that you got there. The Dukes may be listening to you. Playing pretty good back there is Sarah Hardison, a freshman from Hamilton, Virginia. She's been very stout defensively for the Patriots. As every once in a while, Dukes seem to get in there, and she is right there. Help clear it out. Cox, very strong is Megan. And holds her ground. Here's Herndon. Herndon, nice slide, and goes up to Wilson. Wilson punches it back in for Herndon. Can she get to it? Tries to slide, and that ball was actually out of bounds.
Just a half second too late on that ball was Herndon, the former CAA Rookie of the Week.
Yep, watch her race in here to try to come up with the ball. Just off the end line. Here comes Bunner. Bunner read that well. Dukes have some pretty good numbers. Bunner will take the shot, deflected. And that goes off of Braun McLeod. A little voo-voo action for you.
You'll see a lot more of that as you watch soccer now after the World Cup. A few times back, a lot of those have been appearing at soccer matches. Actually, a lot is an understatement. Let's put it that way.
That's right, yeah. The majority, much above the majority. Nice move by Braun McLeod, working in the middle. Wilson. Wilson's footwork keeps it alive. Comes back to Willie. Willie takes the long shot. Good shot on goal it was, but right above the post. Dukes have had a couple that are just above the crossbar. Wilson here. Isabel Chang reports back in for Madison as we see the replay there. Good work there by the Matazone HD Sportsnet video crew. Chang comes right in, gets right in on the action. He just missed it there, but she just had a nice header back to give the Dukes possession. Wilson tried to heel it back. She did so, but nobody there for the Dukes to answer. Into the possession of Forrest. Rano. Chang. Duke sliding it from side to side right now, getting that defense of George Mason running a bit. Sam Lofton loops underneath. Lofton fakes it, keeps the speed up. Lofton still has it. Duke's working again, good numbers. Lofton sets it up for the shot for Herndon, and a little chip shot inside the 18, some contact. And there on the spot for George Mason was Bizengrilli. Here we see this again. Watch this little chipper. Just does. Come up shy. Hodges with it. Duke's now with 11-4 shots. Sparks, a little too far on the angle there, but Bunner called for the foul.
Little scrum there between the two players, but both are fine on their feet, ready to keep on going here with just under 20 minutes left to play here in the second half.
I have a feeling that if Bunner were a wrestler, she would just tie you up and win 2-1. We had a wrestler here at JMU one time, Doug Dietrich, still lives in the area. That's what he would do. He was just long, and he would wrap you up, and just he'd take you down, and that would be it. I mean,
nothing you could do about it.
Yeah, we worked the whole match that way, and I just think Bunner's just kind of reminds me of that. After that, see her have that takedown right there. Wilson. Nice move to get around the defender. Wilson bumps off the defender this time. Slides it through, gets it back. Here's Wilson. A little too strong on the second touch. Good run by Wilson as she took it from the midfield all the way down. Dukes will have a throw in here with Lofton. Patriots a little bit back on their heels somewhat.
They've been backed up plenty here, JMU, with their offense exploding here in the second half. Got a few shots on goal this time around.
Sydney Braun-McLeod gets around the corner, leaves it inside the box. Herndon can't get turned, leaves the nice heel pass. Bunner was coming into the area. Comes out now to Sparks. Sparks calls for it. Comes around two defenders, and she gets some help from Madison Brown, who's in the right place. Scott Gersony, who was the assistant coach for the Dukes, working his way down the sideline there, trying to direct the ball for the Dukes. It's a keeper ball, and Hokanson with it. 1-1, Dukes and the Patriots in this non-conference matchup here. Wilson again. Wilson looking for Isabel Chang, maybe Herndon rather.
Now, after JMU's tied the game, they do have these back-to-back home games. They have William & Mary volleyball on Friday night, and then the Tribe for the women's soccer team will be here Saturday, taking on the Dukes. It'll be an interesting CAA matchup, see what William & Mary brings to the table.
I was saying earlier that congratulations to William. I never finished the story. Congratulations to the William & Mary men's soccer team. Last week, they knocked off #1 Creighton. And then yesterday knocked off the new #1 North Carolina, 1-0 down in Chapel Hill. Of course, last year the Dukes defeated the then #1 ranked Tar Heels here at this facility, with Patrick McLaughlin scoring on a PK that was all the tally there would be. Patriots getting at the top of the 18. Here's the shot. It's wide to the right.
Good job by Ellen Forrest to let that one go. And now the Dukes will have the possession again. here as we're about 15 minutes left here in the second, well, about 16 minutes left to go.
All right, so Lauren Wilson's going to take a breather now. Katie Hyland will come back in. She was limping a bit coming in, though. Pizengrilli will leave. She will head to the Mason bench. And the Patriots bringing in a new player also. And that new player is check that, Karina Irizarry, that is. Beg your pardon. Forrest calling for it. Plenty of space to work with it there. And feeded the ball up forward. Here's Hyland. Hyland on the right side. Puts it across. And Sydney Braun-McLeod with the shot. The save by Hokanson.
There was a very narrow space to put that ball. Braun-McLeod almost had it right there.
It was narrow because she had come to the near post. Coming to meet the pass. And Hokanson did a nice job of sliding, using the post as a defender. Sam Lofton trying to hold her ground. Here comes Isabel Chang into the box, headed out. That's off the end line, not where Rano intended for the ball to go. That creates a corner play. Rano looking to try to put it out of bounds for a throw-in. Now the Dukes will have to defend for the set piece.
First corner kick on the half for George Mason. They had the advantage in the first half with their two.
Cordosa will start it. Patriots most to the right. Now the run starts. Coming to the near post. Headed out, though, by Rano. Hyland won't get to it. It'll be a throw-in on the far side. Throw-in will come just above the 25, or above the 18, I should say. And nicely done. Bounding around. Sydney Braun-McLeod will come out. She's got it at her feet. Sends it forward, a little too long, but it'll actually end up out of bounds. Dukes will pull everybody up. Megan Cox is going to take the penny off. She'll come back in. Isabel Chang will exit. We'll probably see Lauren Wilson come back in within the next 4 or 5 minutes as well. It looks like Kelly Kerrigan is going to check in for the Dukes also. Sliding it up. Rano is going to run to the far side to try to defend. Does so. Sam Lofton filled in behind her. Nicely done. Gets it over to Hyland. Katie out of New York makes the nice turn to Herndon. Ashley, once a CA Rookie of the Week, gets it to the near side for Sydney Braun-McLeod. Sydney, 1-to-1 touch, takes the shot, and it's off the top side. Had a good opportunity, did Braun-McLeod. I don't know if she could have done anything different with the ball on that occasion, slowed it down just a bit to change her shot.
She could have gone for a chip shot, but you had Lindsay Hokanson, who came up just a little bit, was in good position, had that occurred. But as you mentioned, Carlos, probably the best thing for her to do is the best chance she had to put the ball on net, did what she could. Well, the Duke's back on possession here.
Yeah, Halleck, Alyssa Halleck with it. Braun-McLeod chips it over to the far post. Hyland tries to get it off the knee, off the feet, towards the goal. Kelly Kerrigan will report back in. Sam Lofton will leave the ball game. Kerrigan will actually check that. Kerrigan will go to the mid, and Halleck will drop back to the left back position. Bunner to Herndon. Herndon turns. Here's the service. Looking for Braun McLeod and her height. It's another option they can go with.
You have a tie ball game here, Kurt. Take any advantage you can and capitalize on it. Both teams definitely will be keeping that in mind here as the clock winds down. About to go under the 10-minute mark or the 80-minute mark here in this ball game.
Yeah, Sydney at 5'9", so she has that height to work with. She challenged there. Now, if she wins that challenge, we would have had an exciting play developing. There was nobody there to defend her. Sparks, she's looking for a run, but no, McLeod's going to come and meet her. Halleck will have it now. Lissa sends it wide. Maddie Brown. Brown give and go. Well, she had already went. Now Dukes will settle here for a moment. Sparks stepping in front. Babel. Been a while since we've seen this young lady. Emily Harvey with it, and Rano will disrupt the play. I mentioned the Dukes number 2 in the region behind LaSalle. Hofstra is 5th, William & Mary 7th. All three of the Dukes' losses come to some pretty good teams that have had good starts, LaSalle being one of them. Virginia Tech. Madison Brown with it now for the Dukes. Steers it inside, now veers it to the outside, looking for Herndon. Again, too strong as we're under 9 minutes. Yeah, earlier talking about Lauren Wilson being tied for 10th on the goal chart. The all-time leading scorer is Ashley Williamson, a Hall of Famer at Madison. She played from 92 to 1995. She finished with 55 goals, and behind her, Corky Julian, that we mentioned earlier, with 44 in her career that concluded in 2009. Substitutes coming in on the far way. Lauren Wilson will check back in, so a little less than 5 minutes from when I thought she would come in. And Pizzangrilli also back in for the Patriots.
A couple of sloppy balls here that have just gone out of bounds. A little bit of a stalemate in possession here. Duke's back on offense now.
Wilson gets pushed off the ball. Here's Bunner, though. Bunner turns to the open space, then finds Herndon. Herndon on the right wing. Two Dukes inside the box. There again is Hardison to kick it out. Bunner shows up again. Bunner, nice stop. Leaves it now for Herndon. Herndon looking to square it. And they kicks it off the defender to get a corner play. Smart play there by the freshman. She said, hey, if you're going to stand in front of me, I'm going to use you to set up a piece here.
So good play. You have two defenders on her there, Kurt, so she tries to back it up. She'd be kind of in a trap right there, so surprising you don't see that more often, but like you said, very heads-up play.
Kick comes in, and the last touch by Megan Cox, out of bounds. That was Kerrigan that started the play. Again, mark your calendars, October the 18th. Next Madison HD video for women's soccer, the Dukes and UNCW. Seahawks will be in town for a conference matchup in the Colonial Athletic Association. As league play will soon begin. And Wilson trying to plow through everybody. She gets the favorable call. This is almost like a corner play here.
Just about 15 to 20 yards upfield. Kind of an awkward spot for a free kick, but we'll see what the Dukes make out of it.
Lofted in, a header, comes out to the far side, chipped forward though. That's Hellick with the shot. She had a chance at it, Sparks had a chance at it, comes out, here's Wilson. Wilson turns, Wilson will fire from there and it's blocked. Isn't Grilly. And then off the, they're going to say last touch by Kerrigan.
No fear there from Lauren Wilson. She lined it up and drilled that ball right off the leg of the George Mason defender. So she wanted number 27 right there. Wanted to have sole position of 9th on JMU's list. She'll have to wait a little bit longer for that, though.
Approaching 5 minutes to play in regulation. Cox. Another pattern that the Dukes have had is many of their goals during that streak came in quick succession. Here's Herndon getting an angle, keeps it in play. Herndon still has it, leaves it up front for Bunner, and she scores the goal. There's the first career goal for Bunner. The freshmen do connect. It's Herndon to Bunner. The Dukes take the lead, 4:57 to play.
Allie Bunner, she missed out on that cross in on the header earlier in the ball game. No doubt about that one, right off the left foot into the goal. Like you said, Kurt, the Dukes on top for the first time tonight. Here's the replay now.
Just staying with it. Herndon did such an excellent job of just staying with the ball. First of all, gets around the defender this time, and that is Hardison, and sets it up beautifully for Bunner on the weak side.
Bunner had actually set up the pass, and then what kind of hustle right there to get back onto the near side. Nobody trailed her, and wide open to put the ball away.
So Bunner with their first career goal to go with 3 assists. And Herndon will get the assist, and she had just as much to do with the Dukes' first goal by Highland. But it's just by the nature of the way the game was played, the goal was played out, she does not pick up an assist there. But I'm sure in the mind of the coaching staff that Herndon will get plenty of kudos for her strong play on that earlier goal as well.
Girl, we should key in here on Shannon Naro and Mackenzie Brown here later on. Now defense will be critical for the Dukes in these last 4 minutes.
Looking for the run. Ellen Forrest taking a bit of a gamble, but she did have a JMU player to shield away Emily Harvey. Rano up the line. Here's Bunner again racing for it. She's got 1 goal this evening. Is she satisfied with that? Well, from judging from that run, no. And this may be a mistake, giving up to Wilson. Wilson inside the 18, turns it, tries to set it up, takes the shot, and it's above the crossbar again. Looking to get the insurance goal here in the closing moments. Dukes have now outshot the Patriots 16-5. Patriots have just been quiet offensively because the Dukes have been on the aggression.
Must have been some kind of halftime pep talk from head coach Dave Lombardo. Dukes coming out firing on all cylinders here in the second half.
Last touched by George Mason. With 2:30 to go. Well, good contribution tonight by the youngsters, the freshman class as well. They have brought some energy to this and helped to score both goals. Of course, Highland picking up the first one and then Bunner the second. George Mason still trying to pull out the equalizer here, and Bunner's just going to send it down the line.
Smart play there by Allie Bunner to just get that ball out of there. Ball out of bounds. JMU will have a good opportunity here with a minute and a half left in the ball game. They'll move the troops up to the front third of the field, throw in.
And now they'll just kind of kill the clock here in the corner. They're getting set up for Amanda to get on down to the field and maybe have a conversation or two with some of the heroes in tonight's matchup. May find out a little bit about the pep talk. And the Dukes create a corner here.
60 seconds left to go. The Dukes looking for win number 8.
And it will not be a shutout, but if the Dukes hang on here, it would be win number 5 in a row, number 8 on the season. And a little pushing going on there in the final minute. Dukes will take their sweet old time. The short corner. And she did it again. And they're going to stop the clock. Well, the Patriots' ploy works. With 16 seconds to go, here's the throw in. Cordosa. And that'll do it as Rano sends it forward, and the Dukes come from behind, yielding a goal in the first half. Coming in the 26th minute, Cordosa comes back to Harrisonburg and tallies a score for the Patriots. But the Dukes, they get 2 goals in the second half. Katie Hyland in the 60th minute, unassisted as the ball ricocheted off the right post. We'll see it coming up here. Ricochets off the right post, and Hyland able to get her thigh on it, and just does get it across the goal plane. Just enough. And from our angle, it was difficult to tell, but she was able to celebrate there. And then this strong play by Herndon. She puts on the brakes. Hardison goes past her. Then she just heels it there for Bunner, who started the play by sending it down in that direction to begin with. And she gets a celebration and a hug from Katie Hyland. There's your 2 goal scorers for tonight. And Herndon also. Kelly Kerrigan and the rest of the gang. So the Dukes with the win. They've now won 5 in a row. And that puts them at 8-3. For the Patriots, well, they dropped to 3, 5, and 1. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we may have a chance to chat with a couple of our heroes from this evening. As you're watching JMU Women's Soccer on Matazone HD live on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Welcome back to University Park as the JMU Dukes with the victory today against the Patriots of George Mason. 2-1 was the final. Well, not only was it her first goal, it was a game-winning goal for freshman Allie Bunner, and she's joined now by Amanda Stamper down field side here, I should say, here at University Park. Amanda?
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with Allie Bunner. You scored that game-winning goal. How did it feel?
It was really exciting considering it was my first goal and it was such nail-biting near the end.
How would you describe the momentum in the first half versus the second half? Because you guys really came out firing on all cylinders in the second.
Well, Coach came in and just kind of yelled at us saying we're not playing our game and to like take a deep breath, and that's exactly what we did, and we got it together.
How crucial was passing in the second half to get that goal?
Especially since their man marking, it was very crucial, and it came out that we just needed to move around, and it worked.
Well, congrats, Allie. Back to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you, Allie. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Amanda. As the Dukes with the victory here today, as Allie will hustle on across the field and join her teammates as they warm down after win number 8 on the season. Shutout would have been nice, but a win is still mighty fine for Dave Lombardo and the Dukes.
Yeah, especially when you have that come-from-behind style. After that first half, Lombardo, you know, probably not too satisfied with the Dukes' play in that first 45 minutes. But they come out, played aggressive on offense, played tremendous defense. Both Madison Brown and Shannon Naro really having great games, backing up their team on the opposite end of the field. And for the youngsters to come through and get those clutch goals to get JMU that 5th one in a row, they're rolling curtain. They don't want to stop anytime soon.
Nope, they indeed do not, as their schedule will continue. The Dukes next up will be at home against William & Mary, opening up conference play. Again, that'll be Saturday night at 7 o'clock. So JMU football and JMU women's soccer will be opening up conference play at the same time. Football will be up in Newark, Delaware, and the Soccer Dukes will be right here at University Park. Let's take a look quickly at our final statistics. The Dukes out shooting the Patriots, really dominating the second half, 16-5. Shots on goal favor the Dukes 7-3. Saves, the Patriots 5, the Dukes with 2. And then fouls, Mason whistled for 10, the Dukes for 6. Both teams with 4 corners, and George Mason with 2 offsides. The scoring summary for you as well. Mason took the lead, 25-54 into the match. So the 26th minute, Cardosa with an assist by Liz Hodge. It was goal number 2 on the season for Cardosa. And for the Dukes, well, they tied it up. Katie Hyland netting the score. Goal number 4 on the year was unassisted with 59:33 elapsed, so in the 60th minute. And in the 86th minute, the Dukes come away with the game-winning goal scored by assisted Ashley Hernan. Bunner with the goal. That was her first as a Duke. And the Dukes end up with the 2-1 victory. JMU 8-3. The Patriots 3-5-1. John, final comments about tonight's win?
Well, to get the win how they did, you'll take it however you can get it for JMU. Had a bit of a nail-biter here in this ball game, getting that goal in about the 86th minute. For Allie Bunner, you got the interview after the game, just a freshman, but she's probably feeling really great about herself. So if you're a JMU fan, you feel good about this win, and you want to keep that momentum rolling, like I said a few moments ago, and come out and be ready for William & Mary on Saturday, because that is a CAA matchup, and you can never take those lightly. So the Dukes keeping their head in the game in this one, never back down, and they came out and got the win.
Patriots try to do all that they could, but come up short tonight, as this will be the 16th win in the series for the Dukes against the 7 wins for George Mason. Again, 4 ties and 30 games now without a tie for the Dukes. Okay, one of those stats just to throw out there at you. Got a number of folks that we would like to thank. First of all, Liz Ryan, the Sports Information Director for Women's Soccer for the Patriots of George Mason. Matt Jackson, the SID for soccer here at JMU. Also thanks to JMU Assistant Athletics Director John Martin for all of his support of Madison. Our producer tonight, John Salem. Our director, as per usual, Jake Tomko. And the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions. I'd like to thank all the camera crew here working with us tonight. Tonight's match was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. For John Simpson and Amanda Stamper, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, our final score this evening, the Dukes triumphant over the Patriots of George Mason, 2-1. Good evening from University Park. This has been a Madison HD Sportsnet production presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.